announcement for those who are present. It is 2-hour parking in front of our building. So if you are parked in that 2-hour slot, you'll need to find another place in your car.
Testing 1, 2.
Station park and car. Not out front, over on your girls. Okay, just trying to understand.
Morning, everybody. We will start our introductory meditation workshop with an exercise. And afterwards, I will be speaking about some very basic perspective of our practice. The exercise will be in a very relaxed way. Enjoy being in silence. Letting go of any kind of worry, planning, stressful thoughts and feelings. Being us here, we cannot really take care of any other things other than this. It's useless to worry. We're not going to resolve anything. Actually, if we give ourselves to this activity, only what we're doing right now, we will benefit enormously. So our exercise consists in, as I said, sitting. Actually, if you feel at this point difficulties sitting in the floor, you can do this exercise either sitting in the chair or in the bench or even standing up. It will be the same. Picture yourself, your body, as being a mountain. Mountains of course, have nowhere to go, nothing to worry about, just being. So, using this image, okay, the base where we are standing, in this case, sitting, is the base of the mountain, our head, the mountain top. Sitting solid. So we want to connect with this whole being, so to speak. And of course, often when we see the landscape and the mountain, we see that in this majestic mountain, often clouds pass by. And sometimes they cover the top of the mountain. And as the mountain does not prevent the floating clouds passing by, the clouds do not hinder in any way the mountain. It is quite normal to have wandering thoughts, which are similar as floating clouds. So, wandering thoughts, we will let them float like clouds and let them pass. We will not follow these wandering thoughts. That's the exercise. Do not follow the thoughts. They come and go, but we don't identify and start making associations and simply put, don't follow them. And also, we are not making any effort to stop them. We couldn't. Even if we try, thoughts will appear. By doing this exercise, we learn to make a shift. Very important. Actually, possibly, this exercise is the most important part of our workshop. So, we have to make effort, relaxed effort, but consistent doing this exercise. Because we will be learning to shift our attention. The possibility of connecting, let's call the center of the mountain, and learn the possibility of letting our thoughts pass by without following them. For some of you, this might be quite a discovery of this possibility, of this very important shift that we can do. So, to help us maintain as much as possible our focus on this so-called center of the mountain, we will use our breath, and we will count the breath. But counting, not in such a way would make no sense just to count the breath. What we will use is this sequence of numbers from 1 to 36. I mean, everybody knows the sequence, so it will be effortless to count. So when we inhale, we observe as much as possible the air feeling coming into our body. Just our attention follows the breath. The breath is a flow, constant flow. So as much as possible, we will be observing and keep flowing as our breath flows, at one with the breath, at one with the flow of the breath. and since the sound of the outgoing of the number, which we will do it at the time of the exhalation, so it will be the sound of our outgoing breath, so to speak. So like this. Wow. Two. So the sound is also a flow, and our attention, as much as possible, in unity, every moment of that flow is kept. Now, what will happen possibly is that you all of a sudden, because our habit is so strong to follow our thoughts, which, by the way, is the normal thing that our mind does, produce thoughts. So, inadvertently, in spite of our best intention, all of a sudden, we start following a thought, a chain of thoughts. So, as soon as we realize that we are not following just the breath and the sound of the number, we go back to the methods. Even if we lose the count, no problem. We just start with one again. Even we lose often the count, just without any negative thinking further or judging, just go back right away to one. So we will be doing this for 15 minutes. So again, if the posture for you is not sustainable, you can stand up or sit in chair, no problem. Or if possible, bear with the uncomfort situation, but we patience with our body. Okay. So far, is there any question that anybody would like to make? Okay. If possible, keep your eyesight gazing, say, if you're sitting on the floor, maybe about a meter or so, kind of about 45 degrees, you more or less, you look You can also close your eyes, but it's better eyes half open, because then we have a sense of being here sitting, so less distractions. So again, this flow of the breath, let's call it the center of the mountain. Or even you can think about that, it's a river that runs, that flows through the base or the center of the mountain, okay? So we're trying to flow with that center, with that deep river within the mountain, and not cling to the clouds passing by. Sit more comfortable if you want. Anyone would like to ask or comment something about this exercise? Were you able to do it?
Okay, so I find that I can count and think of other things. And I'm wondering if you can sort of address that, that there seem to be maybe different levels of concentration within the counting, or, like finding that both are happening at the same time. What is the instruction?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, good question. It happens, and particularly when your practice has strength. Your concentration capacity or skill, so to speak, is good. So, and even sometimes, not by just thinking and thinking, but just because our minds are clear with our practice, then something, things are put in place. No, you dawn on something, or look into something more deeply that is going on in your mind. But if we just push it a little bit and really leave the thoughts and just flow at one with the breath, then you can see that there is a more, how you say, you start going even deeper. It happens. So whenever you notice that, try to put aside the thoughts and then at one. And then kind of, this is really a more advanced stage. Then you you can really feel your whole being very alive and flowing, and it's very motivating. You really want to keep, when that happens, you really want to just keep at it, and you can see there's no point in thinking and dwelling more. And I also try to keep because we're a good group, fortunately, so try to keep the question really to the point and be lean in words so that more people can participate.
Sometimes when I'm counting the breath, I find it causes me to control my breath. And I'm wondering what you recommend when I notice that happening.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's a good question. We don't manipulate our breath. Kind of, usually we're not conscious of our breath. It just happens, particularly when you have not meditated at all before. So when we are in this situation, and of course the natural tendency is to try to do our breaths deep or long, no? And then really pushing. No. Just let the breath, or as there's a scripture which says, let a long breath be long. Let a short breath be short. Now, note this, very important. If you really watch the breath just as it is, but as much as possible, as constant as possible, observe. Give yourself your attention to the breath, following the breath. You will see that the breath, this togetherness, breath, attention, starts to permeate your whole body and mobilizing your whole body. So by itself, the two ingredients together, breath, attention, start making a lively reaction. Anyone had a difficulty with this exercise?
One more question is, do you focus, some people focus just on the nostrils with the breath?
Yeah.
And is that what you do, or do you focus on more throughout the body?
Well, there are many methods. All of them connect one way or another with let's put it this way, all of them connect with impermanence, with constant change, with life. Life is constant change, moving, flowing, moment by moment. So whether it is using the sensation of the air coming in and out of the nostrils, then attention is moving with this very moment, with what is happening this very moment. Right now it's very quiet, but say you can also concentrate, close your eyes, and just put attention on the flow of the sounds, exterior sounds. So then the attention we learn with this exercise, as I mentioned a while ago, this shift. The shift from the habit of following thoughts and opinions and the constructions of your knowledge, which are very useful if we use them properly. But we shift and learn something that is not commonly practiced, which is connecting and flowing with the constant change, with the constant flow of moment after moment. So the method here, actually we will be using another more simple method in a while, also counting. But here we are just using, it's a good way to start, just using, as I said, the sound of this cycle of sounds, which is the sounds from 1 to 36, which that are connected with the flow of the breath. So yes.
I'm wondering how you resist sleepiness.
Yeah. Those there are two very common difficulties with meditation are wandering thoughts and sleepiness or lethargy. You can stand up. Maybe at this point everybody wants to stand up. No, let's stand up for a little moment and continue with our questions. And as you stand up, don't stand on top of the mat and cushion. So you want to smooth the mat, and also these cushions, which are filled with kapok, very resilient material, you kind of regain the shape of the cushion, and you see that there is a handle on each cushion, so that one goes towards the back and the center. So, while we are kind of going ahead, I will be speaking about postures in a while, but since since this question was asked, let's use the opportunity. And so this is a wonderful posture, meditation posture. You may think at first that it will, oh, how tiring it will be, but actually not. Actually, some animals sleep standing up, right? So when we are really attentive, we find an equilibrium, very nice. So you can, again, drop your eyesight down, join your hands, your feet comfortably in distance, you will find the best for you. So usually that helps for when we feel lethargic. Even sometimes a little bit tiptoe. Oops. And frankly speaking, sometimes we are so lethargic that all of a sudden, you know. But this helps, and even it happens sometimes when even we are well rested. It's just, but don't worry if this happens. I always thought that just the effort of keeping your attention within even your lethargic, even you are sometimes dozing a little bit, but just the effort of keeping yourself awake is worthy. It's exercise. You are exercising your attention. So in the same way that we don't worry much about wandering thoughts, let's not worry much about lethargy. And also, we will also see in this workshop, we can if it is too much, the lethargy, you can go to the back of the meditation hall and just walk slowly. And that for sure will dissipate lethargy. No? Also, you can do prostrations. We will do some prostrations, meditation in movement. So with that, no problem. Prostrations are wonderful practice, medicine. Okay, one last question or comment, difficulty? Okay. So you must have, particularly if it's completely new to meditation, surely you have heard of different practices called meditation and different practices. Some of them relaxation or healing meditation or visualization, or sometimes we use the word meditation. I'm going to meditate on this subject, this problem. So, what is Zen meditation? What's the particularity, the difference? The word Zen means meditation. So, what's meditation? We say meditation is concentration. So what's concentration? This concentration is oneness. So this is a simple formula. Just keep it in mind. So meditation is concentration. Concentration is oneness. A very simple way to say is do what you are doing. Do the doing. So, or put your mind on what you are doing. So this so extremely simple activity of being still and watching the breath. So we put our attention on the breath at one, flowing at one, attention, breath. Or if we are washing dishes, being at one with this extremely simple activity, carefully holding each dish, and washing with just the water necessary. Anyway, can be applied to any activity. So, so that's Zen meditation. Is direct at one connection with this moment of your life. Our life is happening only right now, not the moment before, not the next moment, just this very moment, this very flow. And with let me illustrate this difference, this shift that I was referring to. This imagine that you are in the countryside with your dog and you're playing and then throwing a stick and then happily moving the tail, the dog's on and on goes and repeats the trick. Now, you're again in the countryside, but instead of the dog, there is tiger, and you throw the stick. So, of course, the tiger never will go and get it, right? The tiger and particularly if he's a little bit hungry, will just jump at you. So, we all start this practice, or, well, I wouldn't say all, but generally we all start with scattered mind. And the mind that just follows whatever it occurs to us. We identify with thinking, with our opinions, with our knowledge, with the construction of thinking and the relation. And we follow, this and that and this. Again, I already said, thinking, of course, is without thinking we cannot solve so many practical problems in daily life. Or not to call them problems, but just we cannot solve things. You have to calculate the time to come here at 9 for the workshop or whatever. But with this change we did, not following the thoughts, but following the breath, then means that we learn to free from the identity with the thoughts. We learn to let them go and learn to connect with something deep or deeper, which is I call this the center of the mountain. So we learn to connect with ourselves in this very moment, just as it is. We have been reading in the morning at breakfast some passages from this book. Which is the author? Robin Wall Kimmer. Yeah. Today we read, also yesterday, a very beautiful passage, which, just for simplicity, is she's in the countryside, describing in a very poetic way some event, some happening. Sometimes it's looking at the river or at the sky or a sunset, whatever. But she puts it in a wonderful way. She says something like, "The wind blew the words." It's how I remember. And there was just being. So to use this analogy, the wind of our breath, blowing, freeing ourselves from the binding of words, the binding effect. Is that properly said? The bounding effect that words has on us, and finding just being. finding us flowing as life flows, flowing as our being flows. Okay? And one more thing regarding this. We learn to know ourselves beyond what we think about and learn about ourselves. So it's an investigating process, deep, in a very direct way, which does not involve thought thinking. Okay, let's sit down and take advantage. Before you sit down, proceed. Okay, we join our hands together. Make a bow. So, in this tradition, we don't step on top of the mats. You may have seen other groups doing that. That's fine. It's just the etiquette that we observe. So, with our left foot, we do this, and you can help your both hands. There are other ways to sit, but let's use it for now like this. We will be teaching several postures so that you will find a good one that you can hold and feel stable. A final word regarding this, which is quite motivating, I would say. So even though at first you will find a difficult thing to do, this keeping attention on this moment through watching the breath, consider what we are trying to do. This possibility of letting go of our knowledge, opinions, conditioning. Look at this. How powerful this can be. The possibility of regaining what we did when we were children. Openly looking, openly learning without preconditioning, without prejudice. Spontaneously watching, observing. Doing this, and doing this particularly when you commit yourself to this exercise. And I'm not saying committing yourself to sitting long hours during the day. I mean, you're not monastics living in the mountain, but committing yourself to awareness, to leading a mindful life, to use every situation, whether it's driving, talking to your partner, or to your children, changing diapers, whatever situation it is, observe, put your mind in what you are doing. So that becomes a process of transformation, bit by bit, drop by drop. We all know this example, no? A drop in a stone, drop of water in a stone apparently does nothing. But a constant drop in a stone with time will do something. Okay. So before going to the postures and the breathing method, let me further give some explanation that is important because it gives perspective to this practice. Here in this workshop, we don't talk about Buddhism or about Zen. It's just very practical instructions so that anyone can apply to their own situations, or even if some of you come from other spiritual traditions, then meditation can be beneficial in your own tradition. But just to mention briefly, Zen comes from Buddhism, and the Buddha is not the name of a person, it's a honorific title, which means awakened one, fully awakened one. So if we were to put in a nutshell what the Buddha taught, well, actually there is 3 sentences. Avoid what is unwholesome. Do what is beneficial. And then 3rd, cultivate your mind. Actually, in some versions, there is the 4th one, help others. So, but also we could say Buddhism comes from meditation, from the awakened experience through meditation. And the goal of this practice is to free ourselves from suffering. So suffering, of course, being alive, we will always face suffering. Some way, physical suffering particularly, is unavoidable. But this practice focuses on freeing our mind from suffering. So the purpose of the practice, it can be said, that is aims at spiritual freedom. We all have spiritual longings. And that's why we are here together, to take care of our spiritual longings. Needs. We are so much conditioned in this culture to consider that success, professional success, economical success will be the thing that will make us happy. And without it, there is no happiness. Of course, people promote their goods, and we want to consume as much as possible. And make us think that having a lot of money and consuming we will be happy. But we cannot be happy deeply if we don't cultivate our spiritual longings, the deep, essential being. So that's task number one. If we find and we cultivate our mind, we find a center, our essential being, and the ups and downs of life, which everybody has, whether it is health issues or economical issues or relationships that all of a sudden break, losses of the dear ones, all kinds of things, because everything is changing. We cannot always have what we want. But if we, through practice and commitment, cultivate ourselves, our essential nature, then always is this water, clear water flowing, available to quench our thirst. Actually, this image I think is useful. Often we walk in life with this thirst, not knowing that deep inside us runs clear water available. But we have to learn how to reach that water, always, every moment available. So with this trust, with this belief or with this faith, if we could speak or use this word faith in Buddhism, is not faith in an external power, supernatural power. But faith that this essential nature is always inherent in us. So even though it is not right away visible, or we sit and we get distracted, but if we endure and practice and be patient, actually everybody has an intuition that there is this essential nature. That is why we seek deeper, not knowing exactly how or where is the way, but we feel deep inside. Okay, so with this faith, we move on and develop trust, and also realize that it comes with a responsibility of taking care of our spiritual longings. Okay. So, any questions so far? Yes.
What if you are responsible for someone else's suffering and you feel that you should suffer for the duration that they are suffering?
Well, there are no fixed, I think there are no fixed guidelines. But what I can say is, if you cannot help yourself, you cannot help others, no matter how much you desire to help the person. And actually, and also, it is not that, first we have to become a Buddha and then start helping others. Well, probably in this lifetime, we won't be able to help anybody. You know? But let's begin ourselves by the most essential thing, which is learning to focus, learning to be attentive in what we do, centered, help ourselves. And then doing that, once it is set in motion, so to speak, this practice in us, then we begin to help, and actually becomes a Unitarian movement. You know, helping. There is this saying: to help others is to help yourself. To help yourself is to help others. But first, one has to. This is a little bit similar, like in the airplane, no? You know, this direction of the oxygen mask. Okay, first you put it. Okay. Now you can help others. Otherwise, you cannot. Mm-hmm. Some other question? Mm-hmm. Okay. So we talk a lot of this moment of your life. As I said, life is right here, right now. It's not our memories. I mean, memories happen also right now. Or even the planning, whatever it is, the fantasizing of the future is happening right now. Otherwise, it's not happening. Whatever it is this very moment. So this practice is about learning to take care of this very moment of our life. And the way to practice is using precisely whatever material is at hand. So, for example, right now, we will be standing up and doing that same instruction of standing up mindfully and then fixing our mats and cushions. So what I'm trying to say is that every ordinary task is the material for our practice. So we use it. Okay? Let's do it. Stand up. And then with hands together, we make a bow. We will do a breathing exercise. It's called deep breathing, also called abdominal breathing. Most of us are usually breathing with chest breathing. No? The ribs expand and contract. But here, in meditation, we use deep breathing, abdominal breathing. So, what is working instead of the ribs, what is really working is the muscle which forms the base of the lungs, the diaphragm. So it just goes up and down, and then the air comes to our lungs. So, but to put it more simple, we expand our abdomen. Okay, of course, at first feels a little artificial, but expand our abdomen and feel as if the breath goes all the way to the abdomen, filling the abdomen. And then contract, air going out. So the ribs don't move, just abdominal breathing. You can close your eyes, join your hands if you want. Or better, put your hands together in the lower abdomen and feel the abdomen expanding, full of air, and contracting, releasing the air. As much as possible now, just let it be in that way, not trying to to breathe too deeply, just the air, filling that space of your body. And we will be doing this for 3-4 minutes. Attentively observe the in and out of the breath. And keep your attention on the breath. Okay. Someone had some difficulty doing this? Or feel difficulty connecting with the breath, abdominal breath? Yes.
For me, it's a little difficult to connect and be fully present without trying to control and deepen my breath.
But can you still feel the breath abdominal?
Yeah.
Oh, that's good. That's good. Don't worry. It's, again, let's put it this way. Attention, breath heals. Attention heals, yeah. Releases tension, releases obstruction. So, and it comes with time, with practice. Yeah. This area below the navel, few centimeters below the navel, is called, you must have heard, the hara or Tan Tien, Tan June, is a very important center of, it's a very important energy center. No wonder our reproductory organs are in that area, same area, or a little below, is the reproduction of life. So also is about the center of gravity of our body. So breathing this way, you will see, you will feel how it gives us a feeling of grounding, of centeredness. And along in this same sense of centeredness, there is this hand gesture that is so familiar to everybody, which is putting our hands together. So here, in this tradition, we call it Habjang, H-A-B as in Bob, Hab, and then J-A-N-G, Habjang. Please, together? Habjang. Habjang, so you may remember. So there are three ways to do it. One is joining your palms, fingers, like that, and then the right thumb on top of the left thumb. And this one is called Habjang of sincere heart. So let's keep this posture while doing abdominal breathing. So we are adding a sense of completeness, of centeredness, joining the two sides of our body, and attention, abdominal breath. So breathing in that way and feeling the body. This is the most basic exercise of self-help. Putting your body and mind together. versus being all over the place, scattered. Everybody can come up with sincere heart. And that's a proof of our essential nature. Heart, core, essential being. The next way of doing Hapchang is now we will leave a space between the palms as if holding an egg or a ping pong ball. Same with right thumb on top of the left. And this one is called Hapchang of empty heart. Together, Hapchang of empty heart. So let's again breathe with this Hapchang. Empty here doesn't mean something lacking, or it means liberated from suffering, empty of suffering. And finally, Hapchang, diamond Hapchang. You could do it like this, interlacing your fingers this way, or also like this, either way. Diamond Hapchang together.
Diamond Hapchang.
This is a strong exercise for self-help. It's even natural when we are undergoing stress and worry or whatever. Just you just join together your hands and regain oneness, regain peace of mind. So this basic exercise of self-help, you can do at different times of the day. Remind yourself. Like, say, first thing in the morning, imagine beginning the day, joining your hands together, just for a few moments. Or say in the middle of the morning when things are, when stress is building up a bit, you take a minute. You can even just discreetly join your hands, depending on the situation, or go to some private area, could be even the bathroom. But the point is a pause. A pause where you regain attention, breath, peace of mind. Also, before eating, is expressing your gratitude just by putting your hands together. A few seconds, makes a difference. Finally, just before falling asleep, also you can do Hapchang practice. We will sleep better. Any question before we take a little break? Yes.
So with the abdominal breathing, I think about like sending the breath through the chest, then down into my belly, and kind of inflating sequentially down and then deflating sequentially up. Is that aligned with what you're thinking, or do you do just like quickly inflate the belly to allow then everything to expand and the diaphragm to move down more quickly?
Well, I really don't think much about it. Just watch. Just watch the air as naturally as possible. What is important really to do is the continuous attention. The process of starting breathing in, belly is full, just as the body wants to do it, and then actually, I like to think like the body already is a Zen master. Mm-hmm. The body is always in this moment, fully. The thing is, our minds are start flying all over. So just bring attention to what the body is doing, and it's humbling also, Just, but watch the body. Okay, I say humbling because you become the student of what the body is, how it is doing it, not imposing anything sophisticated. Okay. Someone else? One last question. Yes.
So we had sincere heart and empty heart, and I'm wondering for the diamond hapchang, is there some kind of image that we offer to ourselves with that?
Uh-huh. Well, I don't know. Maybe I never thought much about it, but maybe the shape. Imagine a little like the shapes of the cutting of the diamond, but also, well, diamond in the there is a sutra called Diamond, which says the diamond is, as you know, can cut any material because it's so hard. So diamond cuts delusion. So let's think about that way. Delusion. You see, but that's quite an image. Really, to take in consideration, our attention is powerful tool. How else would we cut delusion? So we all have attention, right? Attention. We wouldn't be, if any of you wouldn't have the strength of attention, however you may feel that you are very prone to distractions or whatever. But if we wouldn't have a basic power of attention, we wouldn't be here. You wouldn't be here. So we have attention. We have certain power of attention. Well, attention can cut. The oneness of our body with our attention with what we are doing cuts distractions, cuts obstructions, clarifies our obstructions, resets, so to speak, and refreshes our being. As I said, we can regain this capacity that we had in the past when we were children of approaching in a fresh way reality. Let's have some tea. I will, if you want. Also, there's washroom. Just, I would request, let's keep silence. And if possible, keep eyes down, just to keep our practice and to actually continue exercising it through this pause. Okay. In 15 minutes, about 15 minutes, you will hear the sound of the moktak, the wooden instrument. We'll be looking into postures now. So before attempting to do the most difficult posture, of course, we are not trying to force ourselves into anything, but let's stretch a little bit legs. So give yourself some space, whatever, and try to relax, let go of tensions, heat up a little bit some muscles, and of course, do this attentively. And then side to side. Okay, there are quite a variety of exercises that you can do to help our legs to be more flexible. I'm not a good example of flexibility, but we will look into 2 exercises here, just for sake of time. But if doing them constantly, you will see that sitting on the floor will be more easy a little bit. We will be teaching several postures, so surely one of them will be good for you. And if none of them works, sitting in the floor, also sitting in the chair, or as we saw, standing, very good postures as well. So in this one, we want to move up and down in this way, the legs. And here, as in the postures, we work with our limits. We don't want to force things. There's no point doing that. Relax. Pay attention. And now breathe in deeply. And when exhaling, with the elbows pressing down and finding your limit. And then keep this posture, or pressing down, breathing normally for a few moments. So with our attention, we can see that we can open a little bit more. And again, up and down. Once more, inhale. Deeply and then down. Breathing normally, keeping pressure. And observing. Okay, one last time. Okay, stretch out. Side to side. Okay, now the second exercise. Let's bring our leg like this, and then the arm around the knee, so as if you were holding a baby. Kind of side to side. And then the other one. Okay. So we will start with the most difficult posture, which is called lotus posture. Everybody has seen someone doing lotus posture. Generally speaking, all postures that we use have two ingredients, must have two ingredients. One is stability, no? That the chair we are using or the posture we are using, that we feel really stable. And the other is that it allows us to keep our backs straight. Not rigid, but actually feel like if a string was pulling our head up. So the back straight really helps our attention. And also to cope with lethargy. If we bend our backs, then soon we will start dozing. So lively attention with our backs straight. Okay, so I will ask here Bobcom to show us, because I don't have enough flexibility to do lotus posture. Maybe sit here. No. So okay. Well, your English is good enough to describe. Okay, as you see, her left leg. We have to try both sides because it's common that we have some more flexibility with one leg than the other. So here, with the left one, bringing the foot as close as possible to the abdomen, and then the other goes up. So again, don't force. Just those of you who want to attempt. Try either this side or the other one. ¿Puedes hacerlo con el otro lado? Actually, the first thing you can do, first do the other side, but first you bring one foot, in contact, making contact with the cushion really in. And then the other leg, other foot goes up. Now, the previous one out, and then bring, if possible, bring it on top of the other thigh. Okay. So why is ideal? The ideal posture, or because it excels in keeping our body stable, the two ingredients that we said, very stable, and also our back really comfortably straight. We can join our hands. So there is a very intimate feeling about this posture. Our body already is concentrated in a beautiful way. So that helps the mind. Okay, so let's move to half lotus, which is just before bringing the other leg up. So here she's bringing her foot first right, again below the cushion, touching the cushion, and then bringing the other foot on top of the thigh, very close to the abdomen. So this is half. Still excellent posture, very stable, and let's feel the posture, those who were able to do it. Try the other leg, see if it's more flexible. Okay. Now, if we bring a little bit down the foot, just between the calf and the thigh, we have quarter lotus, which people say it's an American invention. I don't know. No, just make sure that the upper bone doesn't rest directly on the lower bone, because otherwise it will be really painful. So this starts to be easier, still stable. So it all depends. To me, it's easier to make half lotus than quarter lotus. So again, all these postures is finding which is good for you, and have a couple of them handy. You can try the other side if you want. breathing abdominal, using abdominal breathing, deep breathing. Okay. Thank you, Popcorn. Okay. Next posture is Burmese posture. In a sense, is similar to lotus posture, but much easier. And in this one, we bring first one of the feet and with the heel touching the cushion and really in the center, and then bring the other one in front, not one on top, but just in front. So if there is some question, interrupt me and ask. So in more warm regions, like in Southeast Asia, this is used a lot because, of course, it's more fresh than the lotus postures. And here, okay, join our hands together. So you can join your hands with left hand on the top of the right one, and then the thumbs touch slightly. That's one way of keeping our hands together. The border of the hand is touching the abdomen, close to the abdomen, and our hands are resting. We keep our eyes gazing down in front of us in a way that it is also relaxed. We are not fixing in a very small point. It's just gazing down. If we close our eyes, distractions, wandering thoughts become more powerful. So, looking down, we have a sense of just being here, just sitting. And again, abdominal breathing. It's good to try the other side. See which is better. Okay. Any question so far? Okay, while being like this, you see, one of the legs runs now sideways, and we have what we called novice monk posture. You can try either way, either side. So here it starts to be easier for the legs, but you will find that the vertebral column tends to curve. So that's kind of tricky. You have to find the way of keeping it straight. Try. You may have to adjust a bit your cushion in order to compensate. Another way to put the hands is interlace the fingers like this, and then just rest the hands, as I said, in a compact way with your abdomen, also elbows close to the body, and the thumbs, again, slightly touching each other. Try the other side. Keep your eyesight gazing down. Abdominal deep breathing. Not manipulating the breath. Okay. We make a bow with hands together, and let's stand up. We bring our foot out of the mat, and then remember the handle goes towards the center and towards the back edge. Now we will be doing kneeling posture. So another way of sitting would be like this. You move to the back of the mat. And in here with your right hand, like this. That's it. And this posture has three ways to putting our cushion. No? Well, you can use two cushions, or the cushion, bringing it like in a vertical way and with your arm like this. So those who want to try doing that, you can do it. And you see, like in this way, of course, you're in a more elevated and comfortable way. So I will give some instructions, but first try both ways. If you actually, who would like to try 2 cushions? Yeah. Okay. Let me see where the cushion. Yeah. Can Anna? Yeah, yeah. Please bring some. And I'm sure you have seen also there are benches. So all these, of course, help and make our sitting on the floor more accessible. Okay.
Raise your hand if you would like one.
Yeah, no, good. Okay, no problem. This workshop is based on what we call 7 eyes of meditation practice. 7 eyes, 7 things, aspects to look, and that help us with this practice. So the very first one we saw, we are looking at it, is posture, body posture. Asanas, so called in Sanskrit. By the way, there is a symbolism in the lotus posture, which is lotus, a beautiful flower, always grows with its root in the mud, always grows in ponds. It never grows in the hill. So firmly rooting in the mud in order for the flower to bloom, it has to reach the surface. So it's similar. We need to rise while living in the world of conflict. We have to rise above conflict. So it's without denying the world of conflict, we can go beyond and find freedom. So, going back to our 7 eyes of meditation practice. First, posture. Second, hands together, or mudra, which I already explained. One is left on top of right, or interlacing fingers. Of course, other people find comfortable just hands resting on the legs. That's fine. It's a hand posture. The third eye, we said, eyes looking down, gazing down. Now, the fourth one is keeping the tongue in the roof of your mouth, in the palate, just behind the upper gums. This helps us to not to salivate much, but also helps with our concentration. So bit by bit, we are bringing all these ingredients together, incorporating also deep breathing, getting bit by bit used to these postures and these dynamics of meditation. Now, we will be staying here like this for, say, 15 minutes. But now, instead of counting from 1 to 36, we will do much more simpler method, counting from 5 to 1 to 0, over and over again. And as I said, we are not really counting. We are using the cycle, the sounds, this cycle of sounds, this sequence of sounds, as a method, as a subject for our minds to focus. And the sound of each number happening while we exhale. So our attention moves along at 1 with the air coming in, and at 1 exhaling with the sound of each number. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Zero. 5. Usually after sitting, we do some exercise. You can rub your hands together. And then the face. Stretch your back, looking up. And then arms stretched up. Really good stretch. And going down. Up again, a little bit more towards the back. Stretch. And then body towards the left knee. Pay attention. Feel. The other side. Interlace fingers in the back. And then hands up. Body twisting left. Look up your left shoulder. And then right. Stretch. Okay. And we could do this. Left side. And the other side. Okay, now we can make circles. First clockwise. Breathe in while you are up. Exhale while you are down. 3 times. And then return to the other side. Counterclockwise. Okay, now hands interlaced in the back of your neck. Inhale deeply and then exhale. Inhale deeply and then twist to the left. 1, 2, 3. Right. Hands up. Inhale deeply and drop it. Okay. Stretch a little bit your legs. Questions?
Going through the 7 things, like at the 7-point posture, I'm just
Excuse me?
would you please say each of the 7 points in the 7-point posture?
Yeah, actually, I have just mentioned 5, but here. So the first one, posture. Like how will you put your legs? No, from the ones we have seen, including sitting on the chair or standing. So posture, body posture. Then the second, which is called mudra. Mudra means hands posture. So we did one is left hand on top of the right and thumbs slightly touching each other. Or interlace your fingers and same with the thumbs, making a nice circle. And then third, your eyesight, which is called also our meditation light. And interestingly, let's mention this. It's not just eyes open, no? Because then we will be like a fish, like a dead fish, just eyes open with no awareness. So this is very important. Not following our thoughts, the mind becomes still, becomes clear. Not moving with thoughts, moving with the breath. Moving with the breath, our mind becomes clear, but this moving, this awareness is alive. You're really investigating, really watching something so simple as the breath. Traveling with your attention as the breath travels, which is this changing moment to moment. So here we have 2 ingredients of meditation practice. The mind is still and meditation light. So awareness alive, 2 together. Okay, so again, posture, body posture, hand posture, eyes gazing down, watching. And then the fourth, the tip of the tongue on the top of the mouth. And then fifth, the method, which now we are counting 5 to 0 over and over again. Now, there is a sixth eye, which is called constant practice. Now, here is very important. Of course, when we hear constant practice, we think that there will be no distractions, or everything is smooth. So but how can we do that? Constant practice here refers to the constant attempt to keep our attention at one with the breath. So, all of a sudden, we get distracted. And we start, it's so strong, our habit of following the thoughts, of the mind just clings to thinking. It does it so frequently, has done it for so long, that becomes the difficulty, the only difficulty. Why would it be difficult to pay attention on our breath? So simple. Actually, in Chicago, it's interesting. A man was complaining, well, not really complaining, but just mentioning how difficult it was for him to pay attention. And so he took the introductory course, like just in this format. And he mentioned that. And then a few days, the next day we had after the Sunday service, we had a meeting, members meeting. And somehow he mentioned the same. Now he said, well, if yesterday it was difficult, today is 10 times more difficult with the Sunday service. So we start talking a little bit about it. So I gave him this sample that this years ago, we were about starting retreat, 5-day retreat. And the 3 or 4 of us that were living at that time in the Toronto temple, we wanted to see this movie, very good movie, from Akira Kurosawa called RAM, R-A-M. It's a movie about Japan, I believe it was, 16th century? Yeah, when there were many factions fighting each other. And a very violent movie, I mean, extremely well done, but such a strong action in the movie. And so 2 days later, we began retreat. So after the retreat, Sujata, then the director of the temple, said, I'll never go to a movie before a retreat, much less a movie like this. So the whole retreat, somehow the action was playing in her mind. And then this guy who was complaining, he made this comment, oh, I see how now it's more difficult to sit than yesterday, even more difficult. I mean, Saturday night we had a party, and he said that he was very good mixing the drinks. What was the drink he called? What was it called? Old style or something like that. I don't know. Huh?
Old-fashioned.
Old-fashioned. So he was very good making old-fashioned. So of course, it's no wonder why he's having. I mean, I'm not saying that we cannot have a party, but all I'm saying is, whatever we consume affects us. Not even talking about consumption. Also, the way we work, the activity we do, if we don't, and well, here it comes the importance of doing meditation. If we don't have a time where our mind can rest, cultivate silence, attention, of course, it's impossible to have clarity and peace of mind. So you can see that doing this practice involves commitment. So we can do this simple task. So back again, constant practice. We get distracted 100 times. So 101 times we will go back to our practice. Go back to 5, starting again, 5. Over and over again. So this exercise of observing, knowing we are distracted, and moving back to awareness again, to the simple task of awareness with the sound, with the breath, this over and over again, regaining awareness, that's what the constant practice is about. That's what practice is about. It is, you see, obviously, if we do it diligently over and over again, the mind gains strength. That's the only way it can gain strength. Over and over again. Actually, there is this formula. Over and over again. Once again. In this very moment, you practice. And you wake up shining. You clear your mind. Now, with this, of course, comes to mind something which everybody experiences in some way or the other. When we sit and realize how often we get distracted, how active our minds, the states of our minds are, we can conclude, oh, I'm just wasting my time. During this sitting, maybe 5% only was concentration, and the rest just wandering thoughts. So, if you think this way, you won't endure much. And also, you are considering something which is not important as important. So your distractions, which are non-important, you are considering as important. 5% attention or 3% attention is far more important than 95, 97% distraction. Same way that in a room, in a space where there is complete darkness, if we lit a small candle, say it's 3% of that darkness, the light always penetrates the darkness, not the other way around. Darkness has no power. Darkness is just the absence of light. It is always the energy of light which transforms darkness. That is why 3% awareness, 3% of clear practice is far more important than the rest, than the wandering mind. So, also, I was telling this same person in Chicago, and I guess I mentioned this in the beginning. I mean, the fact that we can have attention to so many activities we do during the day, or during watching a violent movie like this one. Finally, it requires some attention. Otherwise, you cannot understand what's going on. So that proves that we all have the ingredient of awareness. As I said in the beginning, it's just a shift whether you are following, like the dog, every throw, everything that the mind throws. Or try that moving, that looking within, so intimate as the breath, exploring the breath, investigating this moment with life awareness, relax it. When you do that, it feels like the whole breath, the breath is actually is what it is actually doing. We know that the oxygen fills up every cell of our body. So you feel like you're filling the whole body with the breath, that the breath is reaching and moving at once, just being the whole body. And there is freedom from that bondage of just following everything that appears in the mind. Any question up to here? No?
How much can I trust?
100%.
Well, if in my meditation I become aware that I'm greedy, if I become aware that I'm greedy,
Uh-huh.
money,
Yes.
that I've spent my life working very hard in jobs I hate, but paid a lot of money, and I spent my money on expensive things. And in meditation, I realized how unhappy I am,
Uh-huh.
and that greed was part of what was driving me. So I have that awareness. and I decide to quit my job and to get a job that's more satisfying, that pays less, is that the right conclusion? So if I believe it's true that I've discovered that I am greedy and I act and have lived my life around greed, what do I trust on what I do next when I go into the marketplace, when I get up off my mat? How long do I wait before I'm sure of what my next step should be?
Well, let's see here. Let me go back here. Okay, here we are dwelling and dealing with something very essential. These very basic, these instructions, I'm sure, being them so essential, I'm pretty confident that everybody in his or her own situation can apply. It is so essential as the breath. And when I say trust 100%, I say trust 100% in that essential nature. Trust 100% that following the breath can clear the mind. That following the breath can free from the bondage of just following whatever it is, greed, anger, or daydreaming, delusions. Say, for example, I'm sitting here and cooking all kinds of thoughts. Well, I'm just sitting here, but here is playing a dream, kind of a dream, which sometimes the association of thoughts brings anger, or maybe it can bring greed, or maybe you are having a sexual fantasy. I don't know. They're bringing emotions, but I'm just here sitting. So how unreal is the reality? Well, of course, you can say it's also real, all those feelings, but all I'm saying is the possibility of connecting with the truth of this moment, the truth of just being right now, the experience, the direct experience of breathing freely, at ease, the truthful experience, the noble experience, the infinite experience of this moment just as it is. Breathing fully with it. The sound of the car passing by, the chimes, the wind blowing. How real! Now, what you're saying is also very important. You dawn into something, some realization comes. You feel, you realize the drive, say you mentioned towards money. Okay. You have memories and that. So I cannot decide and say, okay, you have to do this, obviously. And even if I say, you won't listen to me. In the end, you will decide. So what will be the step? What will be the next step? Maybe you can start with some steps, not really a very, very, very drastic thing. I would say, let's start just doing this exercise and trust 100% that we can do it, even though it's not easy. So, okay, I'm not going to change my life or my style life from the morning to the evening, drastically. But I can do a drastic change by, say, starting sitting 10 minutes daily and paying attention, bringing my attention to what I'm doing, however ordinary it is the task. That will start a change. Does that help? Mm-hmm. Another question? Yes.
When you watch the breath out not on the cushion, but out just encountering people, do you just observe the breath? Do you also count, or do you kind of do some permutations? How do you use it without kind of zoning out when you're talking to people?
Well, yeah, certainly. No, it's impossible. It's impossible to. Well, I wouldn't say impossible. No, not at all. I mean, let's keep it simple, okay? And particularly those of you who just start doing this practice. So keep it simple and very clear. So when we are doing this exercise, sitting, by the way, it would be good now to do some walking, which is a meditation in movement. So when we are sitting formally, so to speak, and we just in the spaces we have at home or here at the temple, gazing down as all the instructions were given. So then we just do this, as simple as that. This exercise, formal exercise, done frequently, as I said, we will bit by bit, drop by drop, we'll be gaining strength. So that's one clear instruction. And the other very clear instructions, everybody understands this, everybody can do it. Do what you do. Because often we are doing something, we are doing sort of carpentry, and our minds are traveling somewhere else. So put your mind on what you are doing, or as we have a sign in the temple, which is in Toronto, it says, watch under your step. Watch under your step. Of course, you can use it metaphorically in everything. Okay, every step. So if you do it, let's say that's our homework. And let's set in motion that practice in our life. Let's embrace it. So talking with people, you're observing what you say. Listening to people, you really listen. Not just, oh yes, very interesting, yes. Our minds are somewhere else. So come, okay, can we do that?
Sometimes.
No, always, always. Even when we do retreats, especially we instruct this. Even at the moment you are accommodating your pillow, just about falling asleep, you continue observing your practice. Okay. Mm-hmm.
I was wondering, you said, listening to the birds or what is so special about the breath?
Mm-hmm.
And why can't it be something else, like the birds or something else?
No, I didn't say you can't do something else. Yeah, you can try it. Yeah. So what I said that is there are many methods of meditation. So one could be, it's actually very interesting. Say you are in a busy street or your apartment faces a very busy intersection or whatever. Maybe it's very peaceful, and you can hear the birds. Okay, so you can close your eyes and just hear the flow. Like now we can do it, just for a couple of minutes, say. So moment by moment, observe the flow of any sound, whatever it is, whatever happens, whatever is happening. Without judging, without conceptualizing. So it's very different than living only in the realm of thoughts and thinking and memories and planning. It's being here. Just in Buddhism, in Zen, it's called suchness. Just being as it is, without adding anything. Mm-hmm. Of course, we use the breath because breath is always with us. Breath is connected with our thoughts, with our emotions. But look at this. In the same way as when, say, strong emotion comes, arises. Say we become angry. So the breath is affected, right? How about now the opposite, other way around? You focus on the breath, and then the feeling is transformed. So you see, it's very powerful tool. Always the breath, intimate. It's life. Let's all stand up and do some walking. It's nice to walk and discover meditation in movement. Okay, we can join our hands this way. The right hand enveloping the thumb, and then left hand covers the right hand. Like a little bit more up or down. You feel comfortable, and we will move in oneness with each step and each breath. Practicing this over and over again will make us able to do it as a unity. So let's go outside, which is very beautiful day. Not looking around, just gazing down. Again, watch under your step. A little bit Okay, we will be concluding our workshop with few guidelines. There are three important guidelines, which are called three foundation stones. Three basic guidelines that will help us view things in a proper perspective and help us trusting so that we can live trusting in this very moment, right here, right now. So the first one is called peace of mind. And here we refer to be free from worries. Just observe. Worrying, preoccupation. So it means occupying yourself before the thing that's going to happen. It's very different when we organize ourselves for the problems that we are going to face, organize our tasks, or even the problems we are having. Maybe helps writing it down to clear what is it about that we have to deal. And it's very different from constantly occupying our minds, preoccupying our minds with something that is not yet the time to solve. So it's a habit, preoccupying, worrying. If we worry, we cannot really have peace of mind. So think about it, how much energy we spend often worrying. Not worrying doesn't mean you don't care. The second foundation stone is happiness and contentment. Which means it's okay the way you are right now. Another strong habit we have is to always think or feel that something is lacking. So here we're making a change, a shift of view. Nothing is really lacking in this very moment of our life. So, the practice of being okay as things are being right now. If you feel right now and watch your body and see others the same, you can suddenly realize that indeed the only thing I have right now in this moment is this body-mind. Just it's so truthful, the realization, just being here. We were born naked, without anything, just the body-mind. When we sit, breathing, just the body-mind. Experiencing this, living this truth. And when we check out, we won't take anything. So when we realize this, we can be confident and actually realize how blessed we are having life just as it is. We just walk in this garden, the whole earth supporting this tiny body, moving. All the plants and flowers, the air. Isn't it enough as to think that something is lacking? And the last foundation stone is gratitude. There is always something to be grateful for, how things are this very moment. So gratitude is one of the most basic ingredients in our spiritual journey. So these three foundation stones together: peace of mind, there is nothing to really worry about; happiness and contentment, nothing is lacking in this moment; and gratitude, there is always something to be grateful for, how things are right now. So keep these foundation stones in your pocket, so to speak. Then, regarding habits, we all have habits that we want to get rid of. And there is no benefit on fighting against the habit. We have to have a good strategy. Good strategy is cultivating good habits and reinforcing them. Starting with the necessary and vital habit of paying attention. Whatever small task at hand. So when we reinforce good habits, bad habits lose strength. So in that way, we don't have to fight them in a frontal way. I said 7 eyes of meditation practice. The 7 eyes is cultivating wisdom, heart in your everyday life. With attention comes understanding. It's very different, the quality of our life, when paying attention than when we are just driven by our reactions and habits and conditioning. So attention transforms conditioning. And finally, before closing and inviting some questions, let's keep what is called Bodhidharma spirit. Well, Bodhidharma, it is said that is the monk or the monks which brought meditation practice to China, from India to China. So the story, the legend goes like this. Bodhidharma spent 9 years in a cave doing meditation. So imagine the constancy that is needed to do so. So Bodhidharma spirit here is constant practice. You stumble, then you stumble to the ground, then you use the ground to stand up again. So distracting for the 100th time, we woke up 101 times. So don't think that after taking introductory meditation course, oh, now I will have very peaceful sittings. Or even after doing retreat. We begin a process. And if we cultivate and incorporate this practice to our life, bit by bit, then we start walking the path to living a life vital, full, attentive, cultivated life. So, is there any question? I would try to. Mhm.
Putting the three stones together, how would one go about their day?
Excuse me, the first thing?
Combining the three stones together, how would one go about their day implementing them together?
Well, you just do it. Just put it in practice. So, well, let's say, I said, no worry. Okay, there's quite a bit of things to do. What it works for me is writing down, and so in that way, I'm not carrying all the stuff, things that have to be taken care of. Or sometimes just look at why I'm worrying about this. Ponder a little bit. It makes sense, actually. They're so simple and essential. Also, we could reflect a bit. That's true. It's a habit. Always the habit of feeling or thinking that something is lacking, that I must do something else, or that I would maybe I should leave my beard grow, or maybe I should cut my beard. Well, not that you should, if you want, you do it, but there's always this feeling that again something is lacking. You already have one car. How about having another one? It's just endless. And being grateful, no need to any commentary. No, there's always something you can find. You could look at it this way. There's some. You can complain just about anything. There's always life is so dynamic. There's always something that's going wrong. You can always complain, or you can always be grateful. I have mentioned many times this change of view, this shifting, which makes the difference. Something else? Will this do? Okay. So I hope that each of you can put this set this in motion. Set the wheel of Dharma in motion in your life. And by doing that, you will certainly benefit yourself and others. So, Maum, maybe you want to make some announcement, or?
Did you have an announcement?
Here's the mic. Here.
Yanni.
Testing. Can you hear me? Yeah. This morning I got a message from a Dharma teacher, a friend of mine in Portland. And she was she was talking about how a student was asking her about the difference between meditating in a group on Zoom and being in person. And she said that there's just an irreplaceable, I write down, value of in-person, face-to-face experience with not only a teacher or teachers, but with a community. And so you have been doing that this morning and until now. And this is a practice that we have 7 days a week at our temple. Some of you know that, but some of you may not. And on Wednesday evening in particular, we've been doing Zoom since before COVID. And it hasn't been as satisfactory as it's been the last couple of Wednesdays when we've been here in this room with Toan Sunim and others. It's just a different view, even when you're watching the people on Zoom and you're with a couple of other people. So we are going to, I'd like to invite you to become a member of the temple if you aren't already. And then the membership allows you to attend at any time, morning, noon, evening, all the days of the week with a few changes. And in particular, to come on Wednesday night. That's a time when Toan Sunim is here, specific interviews about your meditation practice are offered. So it's a really kind of very much in the body, lively kind of meditation experience. And so we are going to be a little in and out this summer with a kind of recess in August. So while there'll be a basic schedule going, have in mind that you want to start in September and make a real regular practice coming. I always tell people about a friend in the Sangha when I was still in Toronto and going to the Toronto temple when Sunim was still alive. One of our Sangha members was this really wonderful Frenchman. And wow, could he cook. He'd started a couple of French restaurants in Toronto. And he was such a character. Everyone really loved him. And what he did some travels and pilgrimages with Sunim to Korea, to the monasteries in Korea. And he felt very steeped in the Dharma. He always wanted to come on Wednesday night. And everybody always called him up and said, let's do this, Anjali. Let's go here, Anjali. And he didn't like missing Wednesday night. So he began to train his family and his friends and make the arrangements so that he could always come. And nobody asked him to do anything else because they knew it was a priority. And so after you've had this kind of experience, which I trust and I know at a deep level has been valuable for you, to keep going and make a commitment to come to the temple on a really regular basis. What do you think?
Yes.
Yeah. Remember that by helping yourself like this, you always help others. Yeah. So that's my announcement. Yeah. You got a few weeks to figure out how you can keep coming at least one time a week. Yeah.
And if you're not a member and you wish to become a member, now that you have completed the meditation class, which counts, you made some forms, right? There are some forms. And so if you would fill one out, we can take it from you.
Yeah. Yeah. And one other thing is, for those of you who are staying on because there's Together Action, or because we have an advisory council meeting also this afternoon, there's a small lunch that we are welcome to come over to the Sangha house to enjoy together. Okay.